Hello there. How's it going? Thank you for tuning in if you're watching here on Twitch or if you're watching on YouTube. It's been a good day so far. I'm excited to jump into the build for today, which is a Barleycorn. And I'm building it with a P3D acrylic case and tangerines. So, having said that, let us hop right in. So first let me grab out the box in question. Let me just pull out all the guts real quick. So this is a through-hole style, and by that I mean every component, including resistors, diodes, MCU, everything, is all through-hole. Keyboard. It's a 96% style without the F row, which I think is pretty interesting. I haven't seen that super often. Yeah, I kind of themed the whole thing around sort of the tangerine style just because I have tangerines, and the case was offered in a translucent orange, which I thought was really beautiful. So anyways, this is what we'll be working with today. So Barleycorn, yes, I am. We're gonna speed run this thing. Hopefully it goes well. We shall see. But having said that, let me first pull up the instructions because I have them saved here. They are for the Barleycorn, not for the P3D case, but regardless, oh, bummer, Duck. That's yeah. Hope you feel better. Yeah, my lube process went a lot faster. Homero dropped in last stream and gave me some tips and helped out a ton just with the lubing process, speeding up a little bit. So that was good. They still feel great, sound great. I did a bunch of tests with. I tried lubing just the housing and not the stem, and on all the tests I lubed the springs, but I tried just the housing and not the stem. I tried just the stem and not the housing, and then both, and it didn't, and then also obviously unlubed as a control, but it didn't really seem like it made a huge difference which, if I did just the stem or just the housing, but it really seems unnecessary to do both, just having the two layers. So anyways, yeah, it was significantly faster. But regardless, we don't need this case in the beginning. And also the gaskets actually mount to the PCB rather than the plate, which is interesting. So really the plate is just here for alignment purposes, which is kind of nice. But I got in touch with Jake from P3D on Discord, and he kind of, I did not know what I was doing or what was going on, but he walked me through kind of what's going on there. So having said that, let's get out the old grubby mat here and dive right in. Like I said, this might be kind of trying to speed run this just because this is a really, really long process typically if you're doing a completely through-hole build like this. So I will get the soldering iron heating up over here. There we go. And then already. So the first step is going to be installing all of our diodes. They go with a black line towards the top, which will be, that's fairly standard. Oh, actually, no, let's get Grubby Matt out first because we are going to need him. This is a new desk pad that I got from Novel Keys that I really like, and I'd rather not mess it up. Also, you can see on my main keyboard I have PBT Notion, which is a set designed by Vip, who's probably my favorite keycap designer. I just think everything he does is super clean. Yeah, I was really excited to get it in and slap it on the main board here. Is that YouTube? But yeah, I think it looks really clean. Kind of reminds me of like a biology textbook, you know? It's got like the blue. I might adjust the filter on this a little bit. It's a little bit dark. But yeah, it's kind of got the blue legends with the off-white background. So definitely a big fan of this one. So, and the off-color is just really nice. Or the colored mods I really like a lot. So, anywho, all right, here is our strip of diodes. Now, one of the things I've noticed, because I built a lot of these through-hole style boards, is that sometimes they will add a little bit of extra space above and below the slot where the diode goes. You can see right here, this is the spot where a diode goes. There's a white bar at the top. That corresponds to the dark bar that you can see on the diode. A diode just is like a one-way valve for electricity, and so the bar kind of indicates the direction, so the polarity matters. But having said that, sometimes they add a little bit of extra space above and below, and what that does is allows you to sort of bend it over wider than the width of the actual body of the diode. Sometimes they don't. So we may or may not need a bending tool that I made. So let me grab that. Oh, what? Duck, you're making a new JWK switch? Dude, that would be rad. What's the goal of the switch? Is it like, or I guess what's the theme or the colorway? I'm curious. Or is that secret information right now? All right, this is a super ghetto tool that I made. It's just 4 popsicle sticks glued together, but 2 of them are slightly higher than the others. And the reason for that is that you can fit a diode exactly in the slot and then bend it around if you need that slight extra amount of width, which it looks like may be the case on this guy. Turquoise stem and white housing. Ooh, so kind of like GMK Finer Things kind of feel on that one. Like a Tiffany almost look. I like it. I do think, even though I'm not like a huge fan, I mean, you know, Tiffany is fine or whatever, but the GMK Finer Things set is just so nice looking. All right, let's see if this fits. Yes, it do. Okay, let me get a close-up of that so you can see what I'm talking about. The basically, I just needed a slight extra amount of space above and below the body of the diode. So this tool, we can actually bend like a whole row of them at once. So Dyno keys. Oh, okay. Shout out Dyno keys. I am waiting in eager anticipation. That's sweet. Are you going to be running other stuff beyond the JWK colorway? All right. So we're just gonna, dude, bending one at a time is a pain. So what I usually do is this material that they're stuck into is pretty easy to cut. So I'll cut a length that's approximately equal to my popsicle sticks, and then I'll just cut off this one segment of this reel. Stabs and switches in milky yellow inks. Nice. Okay. I'll stop by and see, because like I said, I've never tried milky top yellow inks before, so maybe I'll have to take my first go at it. But yeah, so now you can bend stabs in huge batches, or not stabs. These are diodes, but you know, however many I got here, maybe 20 or whatever this is. You can bend them, and you can have them be really consistent, which is, I mean, I don't know. Obviously, functionally, they're the same regardless, but I think, you know, half the reason you would build a board like this is for the aesthetics, and so if your diodes are asymmetrical, 3,000, my guy, for this, like you're selling lubed switches. Early release of 4,000 inks that we provided. Oh my word. Oh no. Dude, that's brutal. Okay, how long did that take? And how much TV did you watch? Okay, okay. I see you. All right. So now we have a whole bunch of nicely bent stabilizers. I keep saying stabilizers. These are like the furthest thing from stabilizers. Let's cut another section. There's probably going to be way more diodes than we need just because they tend to do that, but it's so easy to bend them this way that it really doesn't matter. Then I'll cut this section in half. And then we'll do just these 3 more. Took a week and we finished 3 TV series. Nice. That's, dude, I'll put on like Seinfeld and just chill, you know? It's kind of nice actually. The only thing that I don't like about a really long session is that it starts to hurt like my neck just from like bending over. Maybe I just need to, you know, work on my posture. The funny thing is I actually have noticed that like I have this camera shot framed up a little lower just because I tend to slouch more and more over time. So on average, this shot is going to be in frame, or like my face will be. But I've been working on the bruh cam, which I really haven't used it all, have I? Okay, nice. If I need some more 205G2 soon, so I might hit you up for that. But yeah, the bruh cam is like the punched in version of this, and I also just added an echo. Well, let me demonstrate. Bruh. So, but I haven't had a lot of bruh moments yet. So, I mean, you know, knock on wood, but that's kind of for if I like royally screw something up and it's just like, all you can say is bruh. It's just, in Streamlabs, it's just another copy of this camera punched in that is hidden, but then I have this macro pad bound so that when you push this key, it unhides that layer, and dude, I might. And then it also mutes the normal mic, and then unmutes a mic that has a ton of reverb on it. So the reverb is the new thing that I added this week because I figured I might get some use out of the bruh cam today of all days. But you know, I mean, I built again, knock on wood, but I built the little brother of this keyboard, the Gingham. And you know, a few others that are through-hole style, but yeah, it's like that super sweaty moment when you first plug it in and you're like, is it gonna work? And there could be any one of the, or even this macro pad that I built, I didn't solder one of the diodes, but when that happens, you know, it's like, uh-oh, this one key's not working, and it could be more than one thing. Normally it's only one thing, but okay. Our little popsicle stick thing is done. I'm actually gonna, let me see if I can adjust the filters. I have some filters up here. Let me just see if I can, I feel like it's hard to see. I don't know if that's any better. Yeah, dude. We'll see. And I may or may not have to flash this as well with QMK, which is fine. I just have to. They have it in QMK configurator, which makes my life significantly easier. But as you can see, we have now just bent 1 billion diodes. So I'm gonna start by soldering those in. And I also like to solder from the top because for one thing, it makes the solder joints look a little bit better. But for another, you can also like verify that they're all kind of even and aligned correctly. So I'll put them in batches of, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 batches of 5. Also real quick. Let's see. So that's 4. I need a 5th. Oop. Got a couple things I need to do. I also am streaming. Okay. Cool. I have a Home Assistant. I don't know if y'all have used Home Assistant, but it's a super nice piece of software for for like home automation in general, but I have an integration because I have an on-air sign on my door that a friend of mine gave to me a long time ago, and so yeah, I have a home server that's running Home Assistant, which is a automation software, and so I'm trying to write this automation where when I go live, it turns on the on-air sign, but I didn't really want to test it because I didn't want to just like go live for no reason. So apparently I wrote the automation incorrectly, but that's fine. I now know what I need to change. Edit. Change this to streaming. Offline. Apparently there's more than one state that your Twitch channel could be in. Anyways. It's kind of handy. It's really just that, like, when my wife gets home, she knows I'm streaming, but anyways, I'm kind of a nerd and I like automating anything that I can. The less things that I have to remember in my life, the better. Oh, the other advantage I found to soldering from the top is that then you can clip the piece or the legs on the back a little bit tighter. So anywho, we will slide this out. All right, first batch. I'm sure this one just sleep. Yeah, it did. Yeah, and if they didn't, I've got boxes of them, so I'm but usually they'll just like, to be honest, I'm guessing they just like measure a length of diodes that's, you know, that roll off the roll, that, and they probably are just a little generous when they measure that. So if I mess these up and have to desolder them, that's all good. Also, this spool of solder is almost gone, which is fine because I just got this today, the big boy spool. So hopefully it won't run out for quite a while. Ah, my mouse is clicking things. All right. I had to adjust all my camera settings because my desk mat's way darker and my key switches are way brighter, which is why it's. Oh, what am I doing? I need my my ventilation, my don't die device. There we go. Let us turn that on. There we go. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is just make sure that all of these are lined up and look nice. I think that's pretty reasonable. So. Alrighty. One down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 to go. Hey, not bad. And then we just trim these leads. Keep things high and tight. Let me actually grab my other flush cut trimmers because I think these have a burr on them that sometimes scratches the PCB. Those came with a 3D printer from Amazon. They were And I can leave a little bit of excess too on the bottom here because there's actually a piece of foam that'll go between this and the bottom of the acrylic case, so it shouldn't be an issue. It should just sort of sink into the foam. Not to mention that the switches themselves will poke through a little bit. So make vinyl films for switches with tight housing. Interesting. So it'd be a little bit like rubbery and compressible. That's an interesting idea. Did you use those, make them with like a laser cutter, or I'm assuming that's how they make switch films. But carbon fiber films. A sticker cutter, okay. Dude, you were like very innovative. You're always coming up with something new. Making your own films. That's rad. Yeah. We had a laser cutter at work for a while, and it was fine. It was like, we got it off eBay for cutting PCBs because we do electrical engineering at work. But it had a lot of problems. It was like a super cheap laser cutter. I mean, it was really big, so it was like industrial size, but you know, it was like a made in China special that it didn't even shut off the laser when you opened the lid, and it had a lot of focusing issues, so that like when the laser moved too far over in the bed, it would split into two beams, so everything it cut was really wonky. Definitely not a fan of it. I want to get like what do they call it? It's like a desk laser cutter. I think it's kind of overpriced, but it just seems really nice. It's not a Cricut. It's oh, I don't know what it is. It's like what you always see Instagram ads for, you know? What is it called? Stop laser cutter. Glowforge, that's what it is. I want to get a Glowforge, but I have neither the liquid assets nor the space in my home, so you know, it is what it is. They seem very well marketed, and you know, goodness knows I'm a sucker for an Instagram ad. That's why I have this thing. Not that I don't like it, but you know. One, two, three, four, five. Yeah, dude. They had a, what was it, a mouse pad that they just came out with too? Because I'm on their mailing list now because I'm too lazy to opt out of emails. They also, oh yeah, it's right here. There's another product called the Wazer. that's like a desktop water jet. And that seems kind of interesting. Like if you're trying to cut through really thick, I don't know, like rubber or like thin sheets of metal or something, that'd be pretty cool. It'd be sweet to get a powerful enough laser cutter that I could make my own like stacked acrylic cases though. Yeah, dude, desktop water jet sounds like you're just asking for trouble, you know? I mean, I don't know. I'd put it in the garage for sure, but I can't imagine that there's a ton of power in it. It's just like, and it's also $8,000. So you know. That's your thing. Stacked acrylic, I mean, I was looking at my stream schedule of both what I've done and what I'm going to be doing. It's like, I feel like I'm like the stacked acrylic channel at this point, because like I made a Prime E, and last stream I did a Switch Couture, and this stream I'm doing a stacked acrylic Barleycorn. Not that I don't have other builds coming up, but I mean I have a lot of stacked acrylic stuff, which I do like. Honestly, I think for like the price, it's kind of the way to go, you know? I think you can get a really, really nice sounding stacked acrylic build, especially if it's something like these P3D, like gasket mounter boys. They sound good with a nice looped JWK. Can't go wrong. Someone was in my chat, I think it was Top 3, who was like, he was making a concrete case for the Prime E. That was pretty cool. Really want to see pictures if he pulls that off. Not if, but when. I have confidence. He will get it done. What is this word? Oh, it's... There we go. All right. He says that if you have a nicely poured concrete case, you can actually tap it and screw into it. So I'm very curious to see. The Prime E is cool, but I just haven't been able to use it at work in a like productive way. Just simply do the layout. Like there's nothing against the PCB or anything about it. It's just like a 40% is a little small for me. But I actually, for the last week, I've been using that Switch Couture Alice, and it's been really nice. Like I remapped it so that if you hold the function key, then WAS turns into the arrow keys, and that's been sweet. Like that makes it super usable for me. Just yeah, I don't know. And especially because I can reach one of the modifier, like the layer shifting keys with the same thumb as WAS, then I can like suddenly switch over to the arrow keys. Yeah, I mean, props to you if you can get away with it, but like, yeah, it's probably more for aesthetic than anything, you know? I don't know. I'm trying to think about the use case, and maybe if you like, yeah. I don't know. In my head, I just feel like a 40% could never be your only keyboard. You know what I mean? Like you gotta have that as like your side piece. All right. Having said that, very excited about the Whimsy, just because of that giant encoder in the OLED. Oh, hey, Gloom. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think it could be a good gaming keyboard. And if that's like the thing you use it for, I mean, other than if you need the number row for like switching between weapons and stuff. Oh, you guys know each other. Dude, Duck, you've been like the guy who's helped my channel get noticed by more people. I appreciate it. Oh, okay, okay. Nice. So you're co-conspirators. I get it. Nice. Oh, cool. I'm assuming his stuff isn't like open source. I've seen a lot of stacked acrylic files on GitHub, but I'm assuming that for the most part. Is it Clavier? Is that how you pronounce it? I appreciate that. I saw that. That was what a second ago I was like, huh, why do I have a notification? And it was my stream on your channel. That's super nice of you. I told my stream bot to use like @everyone when it announces things, but it must not have worked this time. And it also missed last stream too, so I need to reevaluate his performance. He's been my Streamlabs bot has been slacking. Dude, tell me about it. Although, to be fair, I usually use tweezers when I'm applying films regardless. And so there's almost like, I don't know, when they come in a bag, like the TX films, although TX keyboards just rebranded, so I wonder if they're going to change their films from being called TX films. But regardless, like, you dump them out on your mat, and then you're just like picking them up with tweezers, so I don't know. It's slightly harder to peel them off a sheet for sure, but compared to like having to rodeo, like the film rodeo that is trying to pick them up off the mat, I think they're both kind of annoying. Right acrylic designing and finding the right settings. Okay, nice. So you have a laser cutter? And if so, what do you recommend? Not that I'm super in the market, but someday I would like to be. We were just talking about the Glowforge. Yeah. Be annoying. TX films are really nice. They just don't compress at all. So for JWK switches that are like a known size, they're great. But for something that's like, I don't really know if they're the perfect fit, you know? They don't really squish like the more foam style ones. Dude, good for you. Been working on a keyboard for my wife that is also very much just a novelty. That's a completely custom board. It uses the Kale chalk switches, so like the low pro style, and then it oh, sorry about that. I have the spam filter on so that you can't post links, but it's been nuking people's messages the last few weeks. But I'm trying to make it so that every single key is like a perfect hexagon, and so you can. It looks like a honeycomb. Excuse me, but it's been a lot of work to like get everything correct for that, and also obviously custom keycaps because those don't exist. So. Fortunately, Kale Chalk is a relatively easy switch to design and 3D print a keycap to interface with, so. Okay, oh yeah. 40 watt CO2 laser engraver. That is what we had at work for a while. Those things are spooky. But, like, price per watt, you can't really beat AliExpress. I think we got it from an AliExpress seller that was posting on eBay. All right. There are, I think, 13 of these sections. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 done. Not bad. Not bad. Nice. Dude, all you guys are so young. I feel like. I don't know. I'm 27. Been working for a minute now. There's just a bunch of ambitious people out here, and I'm all for it. Nice. Dude, well, if you ever need anyone to stream proto builds, hit your boy up. Love to do that. I'm also thinking about doing. Okay. It's funny that I'm even concerned about this because my channel is absolutely minuscule. However, you always think about these things, but dude, that'd be rad. I'd appreciate that. I have a lot of interests, in the electronics field outside of keyboards. And a lot of them have to do with automation, robotics, things of that nature. So I think it'd be cool to do streams where I don't know if I've described this on stream before, but let me hit you with a concept here. I am a terrible golfer, but I enjoy it. And my wife got me some really cheap golf clubs for our anniversary. At my request, I was like, please do not spend money on these, but I would love to get some golf clubs. But a friend of mine gave me hoverboard wheels and electronic speed controllers. It is very hard, I agree. But we have a really cheap golf course here in Bozeman that if it's an hour before sunset, you can go play a par 3 for $5. Super fun, just hang out with your friends. However, I was like, okay, I have a golf bag and I have hoverboard wheels, so I could make ostensibly a golf caddy that drives itself, right? Like, it's a golf bag with motorized wheels and then has a camera on it that can maybe track a jacket that has a QR code on the back. So as I walk around the golf course, it just sort of drives itself and follows me around. That's the idea. So I want to start streaming content of like working on that too. Like maybe it's not done yet, but I just like take an afternoon and work on that. But you know, nope, I don't. I do work for the company I work for is pretty cool. It's a electronics or electrical engineering firm in Bozeman that we do all kinds of stuff. I mean, we've like most of the signs in Times Square we designed. We've worked with, you know, really big cell phone companies to put projects together. We've done all kinds of stuff. So I'm not a hardware engineer, so that's kind of where my skill set breaks down a little bit. So I'd have to bring in some friends to help me out on that stuff. But I write software, so you know, being able to play with like machine learning to have it automatically track me and follow me around, and maybe even do stuff like have RFID tags on the clubs, so if you take the club out of the bag, it knows which one you took and to stop driving around because you've pulled the club out of it, stuff like that. There's a lot of possibilities for something like that, but anyways. I also have, okay, this is really stupid, but it actually is maybe more in line with Twitch. I had this idea a long time ago when I saw a video of someone who made a, I should start a GoFundMe. Yeah, the auto caddy. I saw a video of a guy who made a baguette into like a motion controller for Overwatch, and he was sniping with Widowmaker by like holding this baguette, and I was like, that is hilarious, and I love that. But I want to do it for a different character, so I made this thing where, and it's not quite finished, but I think it's at like a perfect state for Twitch, where like I'm like 90% sure it's gonna work, where I have a little board and I can run get it. I don't even know where it is. It's somewhere around here. But anyways, it has a bunch of pins that you can plug into different parts of whatever you want, anything that's conductive. So my thought was a honey baked ham, and then you could slap different parts of the ham to control Roadhog because he seems very large and ham-like. So that would be a good one for Twitch too, just because you could stream the game like of yourself playing the game with a honey baked ham. Anyways, I might do that as well too. We'll see. It's a super stupid idea, but I think it'd be really funny. So, you know, there's that. Obviously, entirely unrelated to my keyboards, and what I can't tell is if that would instill more trust or less from a potential client if they were like, who is this guy? And then they checked out my Twitch channel, and there I am playing Overwatch with a honey baked ham. I don't really know, but you know, I think if it were me, it would make me want to use their services for a keyboard build, but who knows? I really like William Osman's content on YouTube, if you've ever seen that, where he just like makes dumb stuff. So I think that's the kind of style of things that I'd like to make, and also maybe make YouTube videos out of it. I've made a lot of YouTube videos in my day, and none of them have ever done super well, but I feel like something along that line is a bit more in touch with like what people find is funny, or maybe even just what Reddit would find funny, and that seems to be the best place to market your videos. You get a lot of eyes just from Reddit. Three, four, five, 6, 7, 8. Nice. Dude, tell me about it. Here's the other thing. I have made multiple YouTube channels and I've tried to market them. But the thing I've always found is that when I market stuff that I'm making, even if I 100% believe in the content, it's just kind of weird for it to be mostly marketed towards people you already know. Like, there's just something about it where it's like, okay, I'm filming a podcast, but I know that this person that I know in real life is going to be watching it. There's something strange about that, which is why I actually haven't advertised this Twitch channel at all on any of my socials, just because it's like, I'll advertise it on Discord and whatever else, but like on any of my personal social media stuff, I'm a little less motivated to do that. And honestly, it's kind of nice to like, you know, I don't know, not feel like my some relative that feels obligated to watch my content because I posted it is watching, you know, I don't know. And that's the thing, is I'm trash at marketing, so here we are. But it's cool, I'm having a good time. I'm vibing. I'm not trying to be the next Ludwig or anything, but you know. All right. We're getting there. I should circle back on that. Does it seem pretty effective? I don't know. I mean, I know there's like a ridiculous number of people on there, so it's a good place to get some exposure. But see, if I did that, I'd have to put more effort into my content, you know? Like I'd have to edit something. I'd have to not just like turn on the camera and do some nonsense for a few hours and turn it off, you know? What kind of life is that? Yeah, I'm sure. And it's always funny whenever I see like what the trending thing on TikTok is. First of all, I don't know if that's ever really truly trending, or it's just like, you know, someone is like, some old head is like, hey, this is trending because it's ridiculous, but it's not really. I don't know. But I'm always like, wow, how did that happen? And like, I've been reading about producers trying to have artists create songs that will do well, because apparently if your song does well, it can like kickstart your entire career if like you have a song that's a good sound on TikTok. I don't know. Hashtags, there's something I was never good at. Does Twitch even have hashtags? I don't even know. Maybe I can use an old phone that I'm not using anymore and just use it for TikTok. That seems like a solid plan. Dude, also completely unrelated. Ethereum prices are bananas, and it's been so good for my mining payouts. Good time to be on that grind of destroying your gaming hardware. I don't actually know if it's destroying it. I think it's actually pretty reasonable use. But holy cow. 73 messages were deleted by a moderator. Wait, so if the moderator doesn't like something that you say, it deletes every single thing that you said before? That's insane. I need to check my... I literally didn't even look at the privacy page on Streamlabs, and I have no idea what it's... That's funny. Yeah, it just nuked every single message. Wow. Well, there you go. So your messages get deleted if you get timed out? That's weird. For someone who streams on Twitch, I feel like I don't know a ton about it. What? Why? Dude, 500K. That's bananas. That keyboard just sounded too good. You can't handle it. You should advertise that on your website. You built a keyboard that sounded so good that TikTok deleted it for sexual content. That's really funny. 5. Am I gonna have enough? Man, they may not have given me too many. Ah. So is that usually what you would post there? Would be like a sound test video, or would it be like a super condensed, like super cut of a build process or something? Like, even if I download the app, I guess I don't even know what I would post, you know? Okay. I mean, I feel like I could do that. Those sound tests there. Nice. Cool. only got 25 diodes to go. Actually not. This last one's only got 4 in it. Very nice. 24. Yes, dude. A lube station that can hold a ton of switches, but also has... Okay, it's a little bit of a rant time here. I really, really like the lube station that I got. No major complaints about it. However, I personally never use the spring holder or the stem holder. So if this could be like full width, that would be great. The other problem I have is that when the switch bottom is sitting on the far left or the far right of each of these rows, you cannot get the housing, the top housing, back onto it. So lately I've just been doing the middle 3 of every row. So it cuts this from like a 35 to like a 21. So like if it could be wider and then just add a tiny bit of extra space to these 2 edges, that'd be perfect. So I don't know. I mean, 21 switches at a time. It's kind of nice to break it up a little bit and like do 21, reset, take some apart, do whatever. But like if I could just do all of them in one shot, I feel like it'd be more efficient. So I wonder how thick a piece of acrylic a Glowforge could cut. I'm still on that bandwagon, you know. I think it's only like an 8-watt laser though. It's not like a 40, so I don't actually know if it can cut relatively thick acrylic. But also, DigiKey, the electronics parts company, just announced a new service where you can get PCBs made at like ridiculously cheap prices. If they're, I mean, I know there's companies that make pretty cheap, like if they're tiny, like macropad size, but like, dude, thank you, Duck, that would be amazing. But yeah, like, you could get a whole PCB done for like, it was like a couple bucks per square inch or something, which is actually pretty good. The PCB is always red, so you know if that's an issue, it is what it is. But DigiKey, let me pull up the email that they sent me. What do we got? I think it's called DigiKey Red. DK Red, that's what it's called. Let me pull up the page for that. DK Red, DigiKey. So, yeah, this is their service. So let's see. You can get, like, they're not like a multi-layer. Like you can't get like a 7-layer PCB. But, I guess max is out of 10 by 10. I didn't think that was the case. So I guess if you're making a really small keyboard, yeah, anyways, was relatively affordable. 10-day turnaround, which is huge if you're prototyping, free shipping. $1.50 square per square. So if you did a full size, like a 10 by 10, you know, that'd be 150 bucks for the PCB. So anyway, that's a interesting option if you're trying to proto a PCB for something. Which, not to spoil anything, but my friend and I are working on a macro pad. And, you know, potentially, okay, I've had this idea for a while, and I think it'd be really cool to have a PCB that's perforated. So it's like an 1800 size, so like full size keyboard with 10 extra macro keys, but then you could like snap off the macro key section if you didn't want that. You could snap off the numpad if you didn't want that. You could like snap off the F row if you didn't want that. And that way you could get a single PCB that's already loaded with components. And then, you know, whatever size you want, we only have to produce the one, and then you just snap off what you don't want. And like maybe even you could snap off the numpad but use it as a macro pad or something like that. I don't know. That's the concept. For a potential board. Fair enough. It was more just like if because we do manufacturing and PCB assembly where I work, and so it was like if we just had a single SKU that when we were in between runs, we just do a few runs of those. It's more a time constraint than a price constraint, to be honest. Fair enough. All right. It's all good, home bro. Hey, appreciate the input last stream because I lubed another batch of switches and it was so much faster, and they sound just as good. So that was a massive quality of life improvement. Dude, they actually had the exact number of diodes for this build. That's crazy. What if I mess it up? Oh yeah, buddy. Me too, actually. I have some friends who are interested in one, so I might grab one just in case. I think I piped the... Yeah, I did. In my Discord server now, the Nullbits updates channel is live, so that's grabbing like in stock alerts from the Nullbits Discord. Which is sweet. So many cool vendors in the keyboard community making interesting stuff. This PCB is actually, I'm surprised, like, it's still available on novelties. I mean, I guess this layout's not the most popular, you know, the above 65% size, but yeah, the whole kit, everything you need is like 115 bucks, which is not too bad. Dude, that's exactly what I use it for. I just lurk in my own Discord and just check the news. Saves me time. So if there's any anything that you regularly check that you'd like me to add to the Discord, let me know. Because yeah, it's my front page. Word. Yeah, I feel like just marketing and online community stuff I'm really bad at. Like, you know, I've only put on 2 posts on my Instagram just so it doesn't look like a ghost town, and I was like, I realized this week, I was like, oh, I probably should post photos of the builds that I've just done. But, you know. Alright. I'm just gonna grab all the rest of these, because there's only 9 left. 3, 4, 5, and group of 4. Dude, I've been just sort of scouting around to see what they have, you know. I have a GX8, which is nice. I'm just a really bad photographer. And the other camera that I use for like my primary camera is a Blackmagic camera, which is a phenomenal camera, but it's not really a photography camera, so I just gotta get better at like lighting and arrangement and that kind of stuff. And you know, I think I have decent enough equipment that and friends who are good photographers as well. In fact, one of the admins of this channel is a great photographer. TRD Kyle. Is he in here? He might not be. Nope. Yeah, same. I really enjoy it. I just haven't done it in a while. I live in Montana, so I feel like a lot of people here get drawn into photography just because it's such like a kind of a picturesque place to live. And so that was definitely me, but then I just never really followed up or did much with it, you know. Oh, film photography. Interesting. You got your own home darkroom. Ah, nice. Yep. I studied film in college for exactly 1 semester before I switched to computer science. So I was 1 semester away from having to take a class on film photography, which I think would have been really cool, but I don't know. It's nice to have a CS degree. Alright, last 4. I was looking at the Sony Alpha series of cameras just because they seem like they're incredibly good for photography, but also great for streaming because they have like world-class autofocus tracking. But I can't really justify getting a camera when I've already got like 2 mirrorless cameras and a cinema camera, so. Alrighty. That is every diode. So, 10K resistors on R4, R5, and R6. Let us grab our resistors. Yeah. I feel that. Got some feet here. Put those over the case. Alright, actually our resistors are in here. Okay, so we have to identify these by color. I feel like the key is just find keyboards to buy that will appreciate in value, and so you can overcharge somebody on Mech Market for them. That seems to be the thing to do these days. So I'm like those Rama thermals. We're going for ridiculous amounts of money. And I was like, dude, I should have grabbed one of those. I mean, I know they're on around 2, so it's like, but do I really want to float like almost $500 for a keyboard that I won't get for 9 months just so that hopefully I can flip it and make a profit? I don't really know. I don't really want to be that guy. All right, 10K resistor. That would be brown, black, black, red, brown. So it has to be one of these two because there's 3 of them. Could it go any farther? I think it's these guys. 2 blacks in the middle. Brown, black, black, red, brown. Yes, that's it. Cool. All right, so now we just have to install these. Dude, I know, and I'm like, you know, if I were to get one, personally, I don't like the HHKB layout a ton. I mean, I have a Ramakara that hopefully I'll get soon. I mean, it's been a minute since I've ordered it, so hopefully they get them shipped out soon. But they had a 65% for the Thermal Plus, and I was like, oh, that's sweet. I kind of want that, but who knows? All right, these go on R4, R5, and R6. That's over here. So R3, they see 5 and 6. Where's R4? R8. R10, R9. Oh, there it is, there it is. The resistors have no orientation concerns. They're just a thick wire. Not really, but you know. So, okay, yeah, I don't have an HHKB layout, but the ones that I've seen are like, they have like control where caps lock is. I need to just like take some time and figure out exactly like what the layout is, because I think it could be super efficient if you got really good with the layers, but I don't know. That's probably true of any keyboard layout. I think they look great. Like aesthetically, HHKB is such a nice looking layout, but extractor back on. Okay. I think that the Kara is a really, really good looking keyboard with the kind of rounded bevels. I'm really excited to get mine. I got mine in the Soya, so like the off-white kind of beige colorway. And before I had that Switch Couture Alice, I was like, that's gonna be the board for Kaiju. You know, Kaiju's kind of like a forest green with orange and an off-white alphas. I still might switch it over, but yeah, I'm like torn at this point now because I really, really like the way Kaiju looked on that Alice. All right. That was the 10K resistors, then the 3 1.5, which is the only other set of 3. Then these go where it says 1.5, but that'll be on 1, 7, and 8. All right. I know I saw 8 over here. 7 and 8 are down here. Green on the left. Okay. And then what is it? 1. Where's our 1? There it is. Okay. There we go. Beautiful. I do need to, maybe that should be a project this week, is try to get a foot pedal to turn on this fume extractor. Yo, what's up, Austin? It's good. How are you? We are speed running a somewhat lengthy keyboard build. We'll see. Let's go. That'd be sweet. Oh yeah, let's go. This may or may not actually work. Can you hear me?
Let me mute the stream. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Cool. And I think, so I created a virtual audio path for Discord so I don't have to capture desktop audio.
Awesome.
Yeesh. Let me bring you back to normal volume because now I can control you directly.
Oh, beautiful.
Sweet. Word. Are you on like
Tons of
Bluetooth?
diodes there, dude.
What's that?
So many diodes.
Dude, right? I'm finally done with those.
Nice.
So, I'm on the resistors now. Just got 4 resistors left. So, I had this idea to... Dude, you already have a keyboard though for group ice. That'd be sweet. I've heard Monster Gear keyboards are awesome. But okay, so yeah, I have a pedal, right, for my MIDI keyboard, and I think it would be dope to have it, like if I could just buy a 1/4-inch jack and plug it in to the jack, and then have an ESP8266 on it, so I could just use it to turn on and off my fume extractor. That would be sweet.
Dude, I was gonna build one of those. I just haven't gotten around to it. I have all the parts like on Amazon to figure it out and everything.
Really? Did you find a socket for a 1/4-inch?
Yeah, it's one you kind of got to put in a little case, but I was thinking I could easily 3D print a case to put the node and the little socket piece in.
Yeah. Dude, I'd be all over that. It'd be super sweet.
Right?
And then just stick it next to... I could even maybe use a splitter to, you know, have it sort of be passed through to the MIDI keyboard.
Oh, sure.
Okay, I'm trying to find... What's step 4? 75 ohm resistors. Those are going to be purple and gold. That'd be these, I think. Okay, sounds good, Duck. Thanks for chilling. I appreciate it. Yeah. Purple and gold on this guy. Great. Yeah, I think that'd be awesome. Also, you should come over sometime and we can work on the honey baked ham stream.
Yes.
Because I feel like that'd be some good content.
I'd love that. That would be a blast.
Also, do you see my little audio equalizer here under my face cam?
Yeah, like the little like RTA thing.
Yep.
Dude, I like it.
I was trying to find something that would work.
Yeah.
And I didn't find anything, so I wrote my own media player.
Wow.
In Electron. So it's running. It's JavaScript based.
Sure.
But it just grabs. I pointed it at a folder on my computer, and so it'll just grab an MP3 and play it and strip the metadata for the song title.
Oh, cool.
And then just it generates the waveform with a white background, so I can key out the background.
Sure.
And then the other thing it does is it responds. Oh, it attaches itself to a virtual audio device, so that I can exclusively grab it. And then it also responds to my macro pad, so when I switch scenes, it automatically changes volume because I couldn't figure out a way to have Streamlabs.
Yeah.
So,
dude.
So like when I do this, it automatically changes volume on me.
Oh, that's so great.
I'm really hyped about it. So.
Dude, that is so cool.
So yeah, if you need that code, I can get that to you. It's on my GitHub or GitLab.
Oh, fun. I'd probably take it because that would be sweet.
I did have to manually add all the metadata because I use MusicBed to license my music, and I just downloaded all the MP3s, and it didn't come with metadata.
Sure,
so
yeah.
Just had to go in there and do that.
Mm-hmm. Fun.
Okay, and then I think just R9 and R10. Phase 1, 5.1 phase. Nice. We are hour and a half in. Not bad. I'm almost to the point where this is like a regular PCB.
What you organizing in your garage today?
Kind of going through all my sound stuff and putting it in different bins that fit it a little better, and the labeling things so I actually know what's in a bin.
Nice.
Yeah.
I dig it. I gotta do that.
Totally.
I just have one bin that's just cables, and it's every kind of cable you can imagine.
Yep. So, yeah, trying to get it a little bit cleaned up and organized and stuff thrown away that I don't need.
Nice.
I just got in the mail today. I ordered it last week. It's called the Net Tool. I don't know if you've seen it at all. It's like a little Bluetooth connected thingy that has a Cat 5 plug-in on it. It's I think it's internally battery powered, but then it can also test like PoE and what VLAN stuff is on, and if it gets an IP and all that kind of stuff, and it can help you figure out where a network jack is. As far as like which switch is this plugged into, what's the ID or IP of that switch, and stuff like that. So
Nice.
yeah. So I'm stoked to mess with that.
Nice.
Yeah, honey baked ham though. That'd be a good time.
Dude, we've been sitting on that for a long time because the circuit has been done for a hot minute.
Yeah. It's been around for too long.
Yep. It must not.
Also, your streams.
Yeah,
Sorry,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Your stream's looking good tonight.
Thank you. I'm definitely wrestling with a little bit of noise, and the combo of like the bright white keycap set that I just put on my board with the dark blue desk mat. I've been having some exposure issues.
Sure.
So I need to fix that too.
Totally.
But you know,
Mm-hmm.
this is what it is.
You know it.
That's what people say when they have no idea what's going on.
What is? You know it, or it is what it is?
It is what it is.
Ah, that works, you know.
Yep. That's what I say because I couldn't tell you what I'm doing wrong. Half of me thinks, more than half, that it's these super cheap USB HDMI capture devices that I have.
Sure.
So.
If it's just like pulling the contrast up in its capture, kind of, and messing with it.
Yep. Because yeah, they're like inline, unpowered.
Okay.
So, like $15 on Amazon or something like that.
Okay. Yeah.
Definitely
15.
a likely
I
culprit.
paid $300 a piece for mine.
Oh.
All right. Are they Elgato?
We should try. What? Sorry.
Are they Elgato?
No, they're Magewell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Nice
Yeah, I'd be
little just
interested to
USB.
compare.
Yeah, totally. We should do that. It's what I use for my live streams everywhere, and they worked really well. So.
That's true. I guess you do a lot of live streaming, like professionally. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've actually ever used them on my like desktop computer.
You what?
I've never used them like hooked up to my normal computer. It's always on a mobile computer at some event.
Oh, sure. 22 picofarad capacitors.
I think that's these with the 22s. I would imagine.
C4.
Do not overpull through the PCB. You got it. It is comforting to have you on stream while you do this, because if I hear a huge crash, I can immediately call 911 and give them your address if you've fallen and you can't get up.
Uh-oh, that's worrying. Maybe I should call it in right now.
Sorry, I'm back. Are you there?
Yes, I am. The irony of what I was saying. I said it's nice to have you on Discord right now, because if
Sitting
there's
on the shelf here in the garage.
if there's a crash, I
broke
can call
everything.
911 to go get you, and then you just didn't respond. Oh, he still can't hear me. Uh-oh. I agree, Drew. That was worryingly good timing. I believe the 100 nanofarad capacitors are these ones. Let's say 104. Yes, they are. C2 and C3.
Where's C3? There it is.
I'll be back in a moment.
Okay.
Drew, how's your night going?
All right.
Switch 19. So these guys go here. These are a reset and bootloader pins. These don't matter how they're oriented.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, it works.
Word. Okay, so here's some context for what happened while you were away,
Okay.
and because of you being away. I had said offhandedly, I was like, yeah, I'm glad that I have you on stream right now while you're working on this, because if I hear a big crash, I can call 911 and send them to your address. And then you just never responded. That was great.
That's amazing. Wow. Never could have seen that coming. No, laptop decided to go to sleep, and then my Bluetooth earbuds didn't connect in a way that would let me hear anything, and it was a good time.
Nice.
That was pretty great, though. Good timing. I was wondering, is that Drew Mountainous?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I saw that chat right as I was going to reboot it, and I was like, what does that mean? Something happened. That's gold.
I think this is a clock. I'm trying to solder on here now. Yes, 16 meg crystal. They don't say when to install the crystal. Drew, does the crystal oscillator have an orientation that matters? Or Austin, if either one of you knows. I'm assuming it doesn't.
I don't know that it does. I've never actually put one in a board, so I couldn't say for sure.
Okay.
There's no polarity for crystals, says Google.
Perfect. Suppose I could have Googled it too, but appreciate it.
You're welcome. I mean, why would you do that if that's why I exist over here to Google things and post links?
You exist to clean your garage. Alright. The capacitor. Put in this oscillator. Uh-oh. Call the cops. Even
Just throwing cables around, so. Not throwing myself around yet.
Okay. Alright, we got an oscillator on deck. The crystal ocelot. Alright, now here's the question. Should I use the included diodes or my own that are significantly brighter? I think the answer is clear. Although,
yes.
To be fair, they have one red, one green, which might help discerning if it's caps lock or num lock, so maybe I'll use theirs.
That's valid.
Fine. I'll do it.
Okay, we got 2 LEDs. Now I think we just need to put in the sockets for the MCUs. And the, oh dang. The USB port, my nemesis.
Ooh. That's gonna be fun. Is it micro or C?
It's C.
Hmm.
Let me tell you about pins.
C. So, how many pins does that actually have on the board for a C port?
For what?
For the USB-C port, how many pins do you actually got to solder on?
Let's check. $16.
Okay. Spicy.
It's a nightmare. And you have to drag solder, you can't normal solder.
Oh. Wow.
Yep. It's fine though, that's why they pay me the big bucks. Or why they should.
Exactly. If they don't, they should.
What's going on with my phone? Many things. Oh, hey. Chat from Austin. Sorry.
All good.
Alright, we're good. We're clear. Okay. That's the MCU headers.
now we can have a proper Marvel Cinematic Universe.
That is important.
Alright. These instructions are shoddy at best, to be honest. Like,
That
for this board, they'll just like skip a step, and they're also not up to date with the latest version of the PCB because they've renamed some of the slots. So it's fine.
That's always a good time.
I'm not even mad. All right, here we go. We're gonna hold on a sec, because I think I want to drag solder this, which means I need some flux.
Yes, indeed.
Alright, so we'll just put a little bit on there. Fortunately, I have some right here. Drew, you might want to avert your eyes. Guys, this is going to be bad. Alright, let me get to the top. I don't really know how much flux I need. Probably not a lot. Just a little bit.
You know what? Just enough. Or just a little bit more.
Alright, then we get a nice little blob on the tip of this iron. We give her the old 1-2 buckle my shoe. Okay. I will need to clean up a little bit on here, but that was actually not bad.
It's nice.
Let's get a little bit of braid just to beat some of this solder out of here.
Yeet.
Okay, that looks decent. So let me install the MCUs now. The 18 mega goes on the left. Put a little notch that way. I do need to roll the slightly. Okay, when it's installed, great. Okay, now for the moment of truth. I'm so nervous, dude. It's, you know,
in your mind, every joint you did was perfect, but...
Mm-hmm. But this circuit is not in your mind.
Keep it in your mind. Alright, let's pull up QMK Toolbox. Just to check. We will unplug my Old Faithful. We'll switch over to this view. Not that view. That was sound test view. What view is it? This view? I don't know what I'm doing.
Home assistant!
That's why I have to turn on and off my
Oh, yeah.
my fan. There we go. Oh my goodness. Setting up device Barleycorn. Hold on. Are you serious? Did that just work? First try? Hold on, let me get my tweezers to check the caps lock LED. Device is ready. Yo. Hold on. Look at this. The caps lock LED is working.
Dude!
Hold on. Let me pull up VIA. TU. I don't have a keyboard to type this in. VIA. Here we go. We'll close QMK Toolbox. And we'll go back to... Oh! This is VIA compatible? Bruh. And we'll close this. Dude. Okay, well now it's time to test our keys. That's amazing. I'm so happy.
Dude, that's so cool.
Escape.
Your countdown thingy is in front of your screen cap.
Oh, hey, would you look at that? Thank you. Get back here, snaz. Of course I want to eat.
Beautiful.
3, 4, 6. Has a split backspace. Oh look, and there's number lock. That LED works as well.
Very nice.
Well,
that would be what I would do, is put the LED in backwards.
Oh, I wanted to. That doesn't seem to do anything. But I think I'm using... I don't think it's programmed right now. In fact, I think if I go to configure and we go to layouts and we go to split numpad plus, then that's what we have. There we go. So if we go back to the key tester, does this work now? Plus and plus. Okay. This is enter, which is working. Back here. Yeah. Let's do equals. Let that numpad equals, that's all by itself. Huh. Okay. Well, we may have to readdress that situation. Maybe a single diode that's unhappy. It's entirely possible I missed one side of the diode.
Right.
Although these are all connected together, so I don't know what's up with that.
Yeah, if the whole rest of the grid works, it seems like that one should.
Okay. We've already tested the top row, so let's go across the bottom. Nice.
caps lock works great. The only thing I don't like about VIA as a key tester is that it doesn't prevent Windows from working, which pulls away the application. There's another switch tester I use that does that, but for some reason Streamlabs can't do a window capture of it, so...
Awkward.
Yeah.
Have you tried running like Streamlabs as admin to see if the window has admin privileges and it
No,
can't?
I haven't. I should try that. It's probably a layer modifier. We'll check. Windows, yes. Okay, now let's do one more check here. Yeah, it's mod 1. Let's change it to... No, we can do this mod 1. What's on the other layers? Oh, the F-row. Nice. Cool. I guess what I could do is check if mod 1 does in fact work, so we'll get our second pair of tweezers out. We'll hit mod 1 here. That'd do. And that's right out. Okay. Boom. That was easy.
That's beautiful.
Just one more quick check of all the diodes. Looks good. Looks good. Alright. We are in it to win it now, boys.
Nice. Did you find what was going on with that one key?
I think it's a programming issue, not a,
Oh, cool.
yeah.
Not
So,
hardware.
at this point, we are basically on pace with where we would start a normal keyboard build, and it's only been 2 hours. Very good. Excellent. So, having said that, let us grab what we will be needing, which is case foam that I might actually not use. I'm thinking I won't. Because I got the wrong plate for this and I had to cut it with a knife. And this foam doesn't match with that, so I probably will just leave it. So having said that, now it is time for stabilizers. And look, I have this little dish that I prepared ahead of time. Because I knew this was going to be a long build. So, let us... Where did I put the screws for the stabs? Oh, they're right here. Let's install some stabs. We got 5 of them here. Let me also, real quick, I'm gonna grab some rubber gloves because I need to peel all this acrylic and I also open a window, so I'll be right back.
But it's absolute. But it's absolute. But it's absolute.
Okay, we back. Got some rubbly gloves, and it's getting warm in here, so I popped a window.
Thanks. While you were gone, I was just telling people, your phone number and email address and credit card numbers and all those good things,
Perfect. Fortunately, the Discord audio is not in the BRB screen, ya hoser.
That's the thing that I like the most about not having desktop audio is that I can just pick and choose audio sources per scene.
For sure.
But I think if Streamlabs had support for picking the levels per stream as well, that would solve a lot of problems that I have had to write a lot of software to fix.
Right.
Come on, Streamlabs. I was gonna check and see, because I might put tape under the stabs on this guy, so I want to hear how it sounds with it out first. So let me grab a switch and a keycap. Today we're using GMK Hennessy, which is another film-themed keycap set that it's just a kind of a standard black on white, but I thought it would look nice on an orange case.
Those look nice.
The thing I like about Hennessy is that all the legends are like written out. So it says shift instead of having the icon, which normally I prefer it the other way, but I just think it looks so clean. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put tape on these. So, yeesh. And then I'm also gonna grab a 2U modifier for testing. Yeah, like that, there you go.
Oh, totally.
Little shift key.
I like it.
It's getting kind of dark on this desk here. Isn't it?
Yeah.
It's okay, we have the technology
Crank it to 11.
to blind me with really horrible color temperature light or really bad CSI.
Yeah, that's plenty of like 6000K 70s DRI or something like that.
It's not ideal. What if I turn off the filters? Oh dear. If I mess with the gamma. And the contrast. It gets worse. Huh. Well. Let's see. Maybe if I tweak this. In-camera lighting may get brighter. Oh yeah. That's better.
Yeah, that's nice.
Okay. Then we'll turn these down a little bit. Okay. And then do I even need the filters? Yeah, a little bit. Okay. Whatever. We're doing it live! Okay. Keycaps. I'll definitely need to adjust camera settings before I do a sound test because I don't want it to look bad.
Never.
I got some LifeX bulbs.
Yeah.
From Amazon. I haven't gotten them yet. I'll get them Thursday.
I like LifeX's. I have a few.
Really?
Had a few. I guess I still have them. I just don't actively use them.
Okay. What's your
They're
take
nice.
on them?
They're sweet. I like them. The thing was you can't turn off the switch if you want to control them.
Yep.
Gotcha. Which I had these when I was living in my parents' house, so it kind of was a little confusing to like everyone was like, I turned off the light. Like, well, you shouldn't have turned it off that way.
Uh-huh.
So.
Yep.
Yeah.
For me, I have floor lamps that there's no like wall controlled outlet in this office. So
sure.
I actually just use a Pico remote so that there is a wall switch where normally there wouldn't be anything. So
totally. Oh, that's fun.
yeah, so I have these like the one they sell them at Costco, but they're just really not great quality. Yeah. And so I was like, but LifeX ain't cheap though, because I got 5 of them and I was like, oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
But
spicy.
They're 2100 lumen, which is pretty good, and they they actually support a full gamut of colors and should look pretty good.
Totally.
So
Yeah. I don't know if they're still selling these. For a while there, they had Life bulbs that had UV.
yes,
Not UV, IR.
Yep. For night.
Yeah, so your it helps eliminate for your security cameras.
Yeah, I thought about
was
getting those, but they were a little bit more expensive, and I'm putting them in a room that I don't actually have a camera in.
That's valid.
Obviously, who knows what the situation will be down the road, but I was like, for now, I'm just kind of using them as a stream light, so.
Totally. Fun.
Yeah, so I'll get those part of the, because I was saying earlier on stream, like, I got an automation running, so it watches my Twitch channel, so if it goes live, it can turn on the on-air sign.
Nice.
So I might just have, like, a streaming scene that it enables for me.
Yeah.
Which would be really convenient, because then I don't have to worry about anything. It's like, oh, you're streaming? Cool. We're going to use these settings.
Yeah, totally. No, that'd be awesome. Less clicks, mo better.
That's the power of Home Depot.
Or Amazon, or, whatever.
Yes, that's true.
That's the power of the Amazon.
I gotta post all these VODs on YouTube. That's
totally.
I've not been doing. And half of the reason is because I don't have thumbnails yet. I need to take some photos for the gram and then use them as thumbnails.
Nice.
That way I can get a 2-for-1.
Hands down.
But my social media presence is sorely lacking because I'm very bad at it.
I know, right? It's a hard thing to do well, I feel like.
I totally get why companies, even like not huge companies, hire it out. It's like, hey, your job is to do this.
Yep.
Because, I don't know. I'm not great at it. And there's some people who are just like super naturally talented at it, you know? But it ain't me. Okay. I think I only need one more. That's a little wide.
But it's absolute.
Okay.
But it's absolute.
Yeah, they do. There, or even more, like there's kind of a click sound sometimes that you get from the stab bottoming them out, especially if it's unclipped original cherry stabs. Those have little feet on the bottom, and I think the original intent was for them to actually make contact with the PCB and be kind of springy almost, but they're the exact opposite. So a lot of boards, especially pre-builts, have those, and so if you pull them out and you cut the little feet off, it helps a ton. But you can, sometimes I'll do band-aids, sometimes I'll do even like the moleskin, like athletic, like shoe tape stuff. But yeah, just whatever helps to like take up a little bit of that space and cushion the landing for your stabilizers. Also keeps a little bit of the grease off the PCB. Not that it really matters under there, but you know. Also using green stab wires because this is an orange and green build. And orange, green, and black, I guess.
But it's absolute.
Yeah, so the main things you can do to help the sound of a stabilizer are going to be lubricating the actual the pin inside the housing, so when it slides up and down it's smooth and not scratchy, and then putting some sort of a grease inside the housing of the pin so that it takes up that space so that the wire doesn't rattle around, and then finding any other places where it can move other than its intended movement, and that'll be if it can go left and right if they're like a tray mount, or I mean a plate mount stabilizer, or yeah, just take up any space that allows them to move where they shouldn't, and then they should be significantly quieter. But I would always lube, if I could only lube one thing, if it's switches or stabilizers, I'd lube stabilizers all day. Just because, especially on a space bar, if it sounds weird, you're gonna hear it a lot. There's a streamer, like probably the most popular keyboard streamer for a while now. His name is Nathan, but he goes by Teha Types. And he did a keyboard for Linus Tech Tips, and the keycaps were metal, and because of that, the spacebar sounded like a little tiny sword, like clinking every time it went down. It was crazy. You should Google it. Just look up like Linus Tech Tips custom keyboard. Probably. It's just like ching ching ching, and it's like, how could you live with that? It sounds like a fencer dueling every time you're typing. Uh-oh. I think I lost a screw. It's okay, I got a pile of them. The Lickit Mark II. No, I didn't. What is it? Is it a keyboard kit? Oh, interesting. Let me check that out. Let's go browsing the internet, shall we? Now that our stabs are installed, we've earned a little break. It's kind of a dangerous place. Have your mouse right next to the soldering area. Right.
Sizzle, sizzle.
Keyboards, live keyboards. Basket weave is on round 2. That's cool.
I'll be back in a second.
Cool. Lickit Mark II. Oh. Yo. This is kind of cool. It's a built-in wrist rest that's hexagonal. Interesting. Hexagons are the bestigons. Dude. This is fascinating. Solid brass. Interesting. He doesn't have a link yet. Is this a group buy or like a interest? Oh, here it is. 440. Ooh. That's 60% too. Okay. All right. You know what would look good, even though you wouldn't see it, is the key B switches. I think that's what they're called. A lot of money for a render. Dude, tell me about it. I'm like, show me the real thing or get out of here. Look at these. These are a new switch that are polycarbonate tops with palm bottoms, and they look really interesting, like linear switches. But those would look sweet in this guy. How long does this group buy run? It's just a chassis. So you still have to buy the PCB? Interesting. All right, that's interesting. That's a cool looking keyboard, but yeah, like you said, that's a lot of money for a render. Okay, I will be right back.
Go on.
Okay. I heard that screw fall on the floor, but I didn't find it. That's all right. We'll get them later. Now it is time to install some switches. Let's get this one soldered up so we can test the sound of the fully soldered switch. Okay. Nice. Cool. I think there's also a little bit of rattle coming from that plate because it's not fully seated yet, so we will address that in a second. Let's get this guy soldered as well.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Alrighty. Let's toss a couple more of these boys in here. Make sure that the kids are all right. Because now is the time to be desoldering. Oh, I think I have this backwards. I do. No, I don't. Oh, it goes up and down. Weird. Well. Nice. Dude, 5-pin switches are the best. If you aren't familiar. Oh, hey, dude. I'm being hosted right now. The Key Company. Hey, what's up? I'm building a board with tangerines right now. Appreciate it. That's very kind of you. This is a it is a Barleycorn. This is a Barleycorn with a case from P3D that is a translucent orange, and I think it'll look amazing with tangerines. So yes, that's what we're doing right now. I also have, these are Durlock stabs, but I pulled the wires. You can kind of see them off of some C3 stabilizers, but I didn't realize wouldn't really be able to see them. But yeah, I'm psyched about this one. I did see an email would be coming, but I wasn't entirely sure what the news was. Do you have any more details on what that was? Because I also, last week I built a build with kiwis, and everything works fine. There's been no issue with chatter or anything else. So yeah, I figured I'd go ahead and build them. But yeah, I saw some Instagram comments. People were saying that that solder builds were fine, which is what my kiwi build was as well. So. I guess I will. Interesting. for the follow. I personally like the aesthetic of an F-row-less 96% board. I don't know, there's just something about it that I like keyboards that are wide but not super tall. Like the Candy Bar is one of my favorite builds that I've done for that reason. So the other thing is that, you know, obviously the appeal of the through holes on the top, or yeah, all the through hole parts on the top. So it kind of has both. And that's the other thing about this Barleycorn case, because it doesn't come with the case by default. Obviously, the P3D makes this, but it's translucent, so you can, or transparent, so you can still see the stuff through the top, all the parts. So we got really lucky with this one tonight, and it worked first try. So we're cruising. 70%, 60% with an F-row. Interesting. I wonder if they do make those. I guess I've just found that F-row is easy enough to get around with, you know, a mod key. But yeah, that's an interesting proposition. We got some crunching going on. I did I mean, I lubed all these switches earlier this week, and none of them felt very crunchy or had any issues at that point. And I did check every single one, so yeah. One of my mods is hanging out in Discord, and he's organizing his garage. So there's a bit of crunch. I can do that real quick. There we go. Whoop. There we go. Just putting a couple of these in to hold the plate up before I really start going after it. Also, this technically is a gasket mounted build, but the gaskets are on the PCB, not the plate. So the plate is really mostly being used as like an alignment tool for this. So all 100 changes are fine. Cool. Oops. I should really solder down the ones that I got right now. Let me do that. Yeah, the Kiwis that I installed were all doing great as well, so hopefully we've got no problems here either. We'll see. I appreciate that. Yeah, and I think too, if it's a solder build, then it sounds like that might not be too big of an issue, but we'll see. Oh, shut off on me.
What's going on for you guys tonight? Was there a TKC stream or just hanging out? Thanks for the follow, Johnny. Alrighty. Should be a decent random smattering. Let's do a quick check just for sanity's sake to make sure that all this still works. Let's pull up VIA again. And let's go to the key tester. Escape. 479. Backspace. Oh, this is numlock. Need to check on that guy. And that guy. I may have not soldered them. And this guy too. Yep, that is the case. Did not solder. All right, let's do a quick more check it, or a quick second check of those guys. There we go. That's what you like to see. Turn caps lock on and off, num lock on and off. Enter works and control works. Perfect. All right, we will switch back. Okay. Popping switches in. The problem with a palm plate as opposed to a metallic plate is that it's very flexible, so sometimes it doesn't actually fully seat the switch. But I found that these switch pullers actually work really well for just grabbing the plate and pulling it up around the switch, so nothing we can't fix ourselves. Okay. Let's see, is that fully seated? It is, okay. Cool.
There we go. Go. All right. Sorting your bad kiwis. Okay. Was the kiwi issue a sound issue? I saw something about chatter and I didn't know if that pertained to the way it sounded or an actual like chatter that caused multiple key presses. Okay. Cool. My Streamlabs bot has been very angry with links, so if you you can hit me up on Discord and send me the link and I can post it. For now, I might remove the rule at some point that... Oh, interesting. Okay. I have not run into that issue, and I've been using the kiwis that just got shipped out recently for a whole week at work and have not had issues, so at least anecdotally, mine are working great. Here, let me post my socials in here. That should get you to my Discord or other ways of messaging me if you want, or just want to hang out. My Discord is really just the means of piping in update channels from other keyboard communities. So there's a channel for every major keyboard manufacturer that I follow. Just so it's kind of a one-stop shop for that, so it's at least very useful for that purpose, if nothing else. Go. Getting close here. I'm excited to get the acrylic, like that paper pulled off the acrylic or the protective coating, because that's always my favorite part, is finally seeing that show up. Okay, that is all the switches. Push them all down just to make sure everybody's fully installed and seated before I get to soldering. So I don't have to do that when it's upside down. There we go. Okay, I'll flip her over, heat up my soldering iron, just put my mouse over here for now, and I also have the jumbo solder that I just got today, so switch over to this when I run out right here. Let me get my fume extractor going so I don't poison myself here. All right. I'm gonna have to get some tweezers out to hold the little stump of solder because I am very cheap and I don't like wasting stuff. Can we do it? Can we use every last drop of solder? Oh boy, that's not worth it. Get rid of that. All right. Remember, kids, always wash your hands after you solder. Especially if it's leaded solder. It's funny, I work in an electrical engineering firm as a software developer, but the only country that allows leaded solder in just like general use stuff is the US, at least like major country in the electronics industry. So everybody else requires unleaded solder, but so our whole line for PCB manufacturing is lead free, but one of our customers wanted to build a board that would last a really long time, like maybe 50 years or something incredibly long like that for a piece of electronics hardware. And so they knew that at least back in the day, unleaded solder, which was mostly tin, could grow what were called tin whiskers, which are as far as I know, still unexplained phenomenon where solid tin solder will grow these incredibly small little traces that can sometimes like reach out and connect two solder joints. So their fear was that a circuit board built with lead-free solder might, over the course of 50 years or whatever, eventually grow some tin whiskers and short something out. But modern solder doesn't really seem to have the tin whisker problem like old lead-free solder did, so we were able to calm their fears. But I thought that was kind of interesting that first of all, that the US is the one country that allows leaded solder in manufacturing, but also that whatever this weird phenomenon is, yeah, it can grow these really tiny
tiny hairs of tin that can and have before connected circuits together. It's fascinating. But if anybody out there knows more than me or why that happens, I'm very curious about it, at least. Unsolved mysteries. Oh hey, thanks for following. It's your boy Freshie. I like that name. That's great. And it's easy to pronounce. I am so bad at pronouncing usernames. Dude, they are nice. They, especially once you get them lubed and filmed. Chef kiss. They're so nice. Tangerines and the kiwis. There's just something about them. Like, the fact that they're really nice switches, but also aesthetically. How could I resist? I will admit to have bought switches before, purely for the aesthetic and not been super happy with them. But these ones are, they're both. I wonder what the best sounding but worst looking switch is, you know? Or best feeling that hits both of those. I don't know. I've never been a fan of the way milky yellows look, but I know a lot of people do like them. Although I don't know that I've seen a lot of people saying they love the aesthetic of them as much as just the value. I'm not sure. I think regular old T1s can be kind of boring looking, but and I think there's a lot of really bad combinations of Holy Pandas depending on what stem and body combo you use. Yeah, banana splits. I think I personally like them because they remind me of Macho Man Randy Savage, whom I really love. But yeah, I mean, they're very loud, for sure. In terms of color, not sound, obviously. They're loud in like a pastel kind of way, which is funny. Sure. It's not like bold enough. Or saturated enough. Ethereal pandas are kind of that way too, but I do really like the look of those.
Okay. That was the last switch. So now we're going to test it again. Make sure I didn't mess something up again. Any guesses as to how many switches I've missed? Usually, it's like 2. Although I've already missed 3 on the first round of testing. Where did Via go? Oh yeah. I would say, whether or not you have a plate, honestly, get 5-pin switches. It makes so much of a difference. Like soldering a keyboard with 3-pin switches, especially plateless, is kind of a nightmare. Yeah, just for the alignment's sake, because some of my biggest issues have come from switches that weren't quite straight, and then the keycap looks weird or even doesn't hit right. But the other thing is, don't hold your soldering iron on too long, because you could lift a pad or do something weird. And the way that you solder, it feels kind of weird. You don't want to melt the solder onto the tip of the iron. You want to heat up the pad and the switch stem or whatever the component is that you're soldering to the point where the solder will melt onto it. That's how you get like a better solder. Yeah, that would be my advice. I'm not an electrical engineer. I work with a lot of them, but cool. Thanks. I'll post it. I'll post it in the chat if it's done before stream ends. But yeah. Anyways, those would be my tips. Yeah, for sure. And if you ever want to reach out, ask for advice on like specific situations, always hit me up on Discord. I'm on there pretty often, so perfect. Word. Okay. Cool. Let me copy this link and paste this into the chat. Oh, what? Didn't work. There we go. Oh, my keyboard's not plugged in, that's why Control V isn't working. Let's go. There we go. Sweet. Thanks for posting that. Appreciate it. Okay, it appears as though everything works. So let us disconnect our soldering iron. Shockingly, we are already done with soldering on a Barleycorn build. Only 3 hours into the stream. Plate's done. So now I think it's time to glove up and start assembling. Actually, first let me get the gaskets on this bad boy. So here are the gaskets. And I will also get a flat cut trimmer so I can cut the sprues off that. Alrighty. Let's see. So this gasket, these ones go down here along the bottom. There's 2 for the sides. And then there's a long one for the top. It goes right here. We haven't had any soldering disasters yet, so I haven't used the bra cam. I was telling Doctective about that earlier. This week I put together a bra cam with a ton of reverb. So we just have to bust it out for fun. Don't worry, there will be a bra moment, I'm sure. Okay, so this goes here. Where did that last gasket go? Oh, there it is. So apparently with the Kiwis, and I think there's people in chat who know more than I do, the defects were that the switches could misfire if you hit them from the side rather than from the top, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Oh no. Dude, a soldering burn? That'd be a bro moment for sure. That sounds awful. I've never done that so far, but you know, there's always time. I have definitely burnt myself many times though. Man, I can't imagine though. Like, getting something under your nail is bad enough as is. Y'all remember that horrible commercial for like, I don't even know what it was. It was like a fungicide for your toenails, but there's like a CG shot of a little creature like lifting up someone's toenail and diving underneath. I still think about that and I hate it. Were the Kiwi issues also hot swap only issues, or were they for both solder and hot swap? I guess if it's ping and scratchiness, that's kind of agnostic of what style of board you have it installed in, you know? Interesting. What do you mean by numbered in letter? Like, is there a marking on the switch? I see a 12 on this one. I don't know if there's a 14 on here. Bottom corner. Okay, yeah, 15. Interesting. I have never noticed that before. 8? Was that? Yeah, that's an 8. Cool. You learn something new every day. 7. Haven't seen any letters yet. Is it 8? Cool. Okay, I think we have all of our gaskets installed. Oh, interesting. Wish I still had my Kiwis here so I could go through and see which are which. Okay, so plates in, gaskets in. Now we just need to put the bottom down. And I think I need to install the feet first, actually. Which means I need to get the bottom. Oh, nope, this is not installed. I need to get the all of the protective material up at the bottom. There we go. Gaskets ahoy. So, prior to removing this material, I'm going to put on my rubbly gloves so that I do not put a ton of fingerprints on this, because I don't want to entomb a fingerprint between 2 layers of acrylic. That would be annoying. And then we're going to get a knife to assist with peeling a layer off. Look at that. That's so pretty. And satisfying. Let me also let me get rid of the grubby mat, because we're kind of done with grubby stuff. So
else we're doing tonight. Should be pretty clean. Let's get these feet out of here. Screwdriver. Couple mods. Okay. Ooh. That was some static. You could hear it in my in-ears. Alright, so now let's get the feet on. So I believe if these aren't numbered, there's going to be three of them that kind of go in a little stack like this. And they get a standoff through them. Okay, so one, that'll be the bottom. That'll be the second layer. Here. And the third. Great. So, then you just run a screw through this bottom one into a standoff, and then these two stack upon it. Easy peasy. Alright, I also believe this is the correct orientation because it is not symmetrical. And it is. So I will put this screw through here and attach it to this. There we go. And just like that, you have a foot. Not too shabby. Oops. A little bit of paper on that one. VU meter. So, good question. I probably could have easily found an off-the-shelf solution that worked for me, but I licensed all of my music through MusicBed. So I had downloaded a bunch of MP3s, and I wanted to get a music player that could show me a VU as well as the name of the track. And attach itself to a virtual audio device because I don't want to capture desktop audio because I don't like having Windows sounds
showing up on stream when I'm plugging and unplugging keyboards. I just think it's really disorienting if it's making a sound that's not from your computer. So I actually wrote my own software for streaming that will look through a folder on my computer, find the MP3s, generate a VU meter for it, and then output the name of the song from the metadata that it captured off the MP3 file, as well as the VU on like a white background so I can chroma key it out. And the other thing that it does is I have this little macro pad that I use to switch scenes. And I wanted it, Streamlabs doesn't actually support changing volume levels, only muting and unmuting from key presses. And I wanted just to move the music volume levels around. So like when I go to Be Right Back like this, I wanted the volume to increase or decrease. So I bound the software that I wrote to the keystrokes that the macro pad was listening for. So all that to say, it's a completely in-house and kind of, it's written in JavaScript and running in Electron in a web browser. So it's very hacky, but it works for me. So yeah, that's what it is. I probably could have used foobar, but actually I bet foobar would have supported outputting to a virtual audio device, but it, I don't think I could get it to respond to my keystrokes, but maybe I could. That's actually interesting. Foobar is very, very powerful. So, yeah, it is what it is. Also just kind of wanted something that, I don't know, it was like middle of the night, but I wasn't tired, so I was like, I should do something, so I just wrote some software. I had not even heard of foobar until I started getting into the like audiophile community, and now I don't know. I still use VLC for a lot of stuff, but if I'm just listening to music, it's really nice. Play some FLAC files, and then I convince myself I can hear the difference between a FLAC and the high quality MP3. Okay, nice. You know what's funny is I've noticed that the crossover between like the mechanical keyboard community and the audiophile community is pretty big. Like a lot of people that I've met through this community are also into audiophile stuff, which is sweet. Okay, foam layer down. PCB is in place. Already loving the orange on orange here. Yeah, hey, those stimulus checks gotta go somewhere, right? Okay, so here's the rest of our layers. 5, 4, 3, I believe. 2 and 1, perfect. Nice. Yeah, I got some, I still haven't gotten too far into the, like, on-ear or over-ear headphones because I'm a drummer, and so I use in-ears anyways, but I did pick up the The-Audio Clairvoyance, and oh my word, those are nice. But yeah, those are not the cheapest, but when you pair those with the BTR5, like you're cooking with grease at that point. It's really nice. But I mean, those are nice, but you can pry my Moondrop blessings from my cold dead hands. The Blessing 2 Dusk is just, I don't know why I don't use them when I stream. I've been using the Starfields just because they're super comfortable, but but the Blessing 2 Dusk is so nice. What is that? Is 4.4 Pentacon the balance jack? Is that what it's called? Okay. I thought I had that, or maybe it has the 2 point something, the small boy. I know it has 2. Okay. Yeah, the dinky boy. That one that makes me nervous every time I plug something into it because I think I'm gonna break it. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing that actually kind of annoyed me about the Clairvoyance, is that the cable, the built-in cable, which is nice and thick, and I think it's a good cable, has the 2.5, the dinky boy, and so the you have to use adapters. So when I'm playing drums and I have this like just enormous solid aluminum adapter that it included, I mean it came with it, so I can't complain too much, but it was like, okay. I mean, you can always swap the cables out, and I will, but it's just like the cable was so nice, but now it's like this itty bitty jack with just a huge solid aluminum adapter on it. All right. I think we are approaching close to critical orangeness, and I'm for it. Okay. See, I know like literally nothing about DAC amp combos. I got the BTR5 because I could connect my IEMs to it and drive them. But like what I use right now for my desk is, it's, again, I'm a drummer, so I have a massive Behringer 8-channel audio interface that's rack mounted. And that's just what I use for everything, because I can record every drum mic into this one interface, and it does an output too, but I don't know. Maybe someday I'll take a trip down the rabbit hole of DAC amp combos, but solid state DAC, that sounds kind of tubey. Interesting. I have been mildly curious about getting a new stack for my turntable. That might be nice. But haven't done that yet. I'm still using the built-in preamp on my, it is Technics, but it's like, I don't know. IFI can amp. Okay, I'll look into that. I do want to get, because I guess I have some on the ear headphones. Like my AKG K240s are my absolute go-to. Also, what am I doing? Let's not do that. Okay. K240s I love, but the HD 600s are like such a classic. I'm like, should I try those? Because I love a neutral sound profile. I really, really like. I love a neutral sound profile, so. Etymotic research makes some of my favorite IEMs, but I just don't like the way that they feel in my head, so. Nice. What impedance are those? Like, are they hard to drive? $300. Oh, okay. That's a big boy. So what you're saying is I can definitely plug them directly into my phone. That's how you trigger an audio file. Dan Clark Audio Aeon More. Interesting. Okay. I should check that out, because one of the things that I don't like is when I'm recording with like electric drums and I want to use on-ears. I can't get the K240s, obviously, because they're open back, so you'll hear a lot of extra noise that I'm trying to isolate, but both 900? Oh, okay. So there's some prerequisite purchases to be made before I can drive those. Oh, interesting. Oh, wait, $900 or 900 ohms? There's a big difference. Oh, okay, okay. I was like, a 900 ohm closed back. I've never heard of that. Okay. That is every plate. Look at that. I can't imagine. That would be a nightmare. Okay, next we need the pinning hardware, which is right here. Yeah, there you are. Let me grab these extra standoffs we won't be needing. And let us attempt to get a couple of these pins through. Flip this bad boy over. Squish it down. Grab a flathead. And screw that in. There is not a lot of clearance between this screw and this foot. Interesting. Maybe I'm supposed to put these in the other way. Actually, I think I am. With let me just do a follower here. Let's see if that fits. No, not even that works. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Well, let's save tomorrow's problems for tomorrow, and we'll go with a different pin. And I still want to go through the top because I don't want the flathead showing. We'll go with this guy. And then maybe the ones surrounding the USB port afterwards. Oops. There we go. Start clamping down on those gaskets to give it a little bit of the gaskets are obviously slightly thicker than the case itself. Yeah, for sure. Surprising, I guess, like I was saying, or maybe it shouldn't be. I guess they both fall into kind of the realm of desk accessories in a sense, but still very different from each other, you know? Oh, nice. That's cool. I always thought it'd be kind of interesting. I guess they do have, what are they called? It starts with an L, but it's whatever that other style keyboard cable that's not the aviator. That's like a quick disconnect without the threading. But nice. Oh yeah. Just for like aesthetics, or is there something that's giving you trouble? Oh. Sure. Makes makes sense. There we go. Check my phone. It's buzzing a lot. No, we're good. We're good. Okay. Cool. Oh yeah. Dude, that actually looks amazing. It's like an IEM cable for a keyboard. That is something I've never seen before. The collision of hobbies. Let me pull that up so I can show the chat. That is super sweet. I really like that. But I can see what you mean though about it being super light so that it maybe kind of gets dragged around a little bit, you know? But nice, well done. Maybe that's what I should do with my clairvoyance cable when I eventually swap it out. I don't know why that almost feels like a crime, but it is a very thick cable. Whoa. Interesting. Oh, yep, there it is. Dang it. Wonder how many of these I'm gonna have to take out. Oh no. It's funny because, like, I don't know, whenever you see like a $200 HDMI cable, I always laugh because I'm like, okay, it's a digital signal. But I mean, with audio cables, it's like, I could kind of see it because it's an analog device, you know? Ah. What I'm trying to do here is scooch that foam up because it slipped. I don't know if you can see, but it's supposed to be all the way up at the top and it slid down to the bottom, so I can't actually close the case, which is unfortunate, but that's all right. We're here to make mistakes and get messy, as Miss Frizzle would say. I might have to pull this fully off. That kind of sucks. But if I do this right, I can just pop it straight back on. Oh, interesting. All right. See, I usually do, I guess my standard use case is I run them down my shirt, like down the back, and then have the cinch all the way up on the back of my head, because if I'm playing drums for a show or an event, it's like they'll surely fly out of my head if I'm not careful. So kind of tighten everything down. Eventually I'd like to get customs, and the audio does make custom monarchs and clairvoyances, so I like the clairvoyance so much that I'm like half considering seeing if they'll do just doing a custom monarch, because it's a pretty similar sound profile. Like, I agonized over which one to get, to be honest, just because they were so similar, especially on like Crinicles. Oh dang it, I shouldn't have picked that up. Well, we're starting over on that. Sure. feel like I'm an IEM person because I have to be. But also they're cheaper and easier to drive. It seems like, I mean, not always cheaper, but you know, which is an advantage. Okay, let's put that screw back in. And then let's be much more careful second time. Yeah, that's true. What's the highest impedance IEM you've ever seen? I guess I've never seen them go that high. Uh-oh. 150, okay. Yeah. But they definitely do get expensive. Like Alex Otos has the Sony Z1Rs. And those seem like they'd be amazing. Also, the Mest has been an IEM that I've been kind of interested in. Unique Melody Mest. Because it has a bone conduction driver. Which I'm not sure if that's more of a gimmick or not, but, you know, definitely like to try at least. There's no headphone shop near me though where I can like try stuff out. I think it's Unique Melody Mest is what the IEM is called, but it's got a bone conduction driver in it. The one Alex Otos uses is the Sony, I think it's like the H1R Z1R, some kind of weird name like that, but you have mentors, interesting. Whew. That is, it's hefty. There we go. Nice. Do those also have a bone conduction driver? Cool. That's something that I've always, like, because I have those bone conduction, in fact they're hanging on my bike back there, that I use when I'm biking to like not have my ears plugged so I don't get hit by a truck. But I feel like I don't know how a bone conduction driver in like a hybrid scenario would feel. You know, because like the bone conduction doesn't sound great just on its own. Definitely lacks bass. In fact, these ones included earplugs and said like, if you want bass, put these in, which I thought was pretty funny. But the Mest has like a ton of drivers, and just one of them is a bone conduction. So definitely curious about how that one will sound. Okay, we are almost back to where I was. 12 balanced drivers. Okay. Because I think that'd be interesting if they were all balanced armatures. I'm assuming they're not, because that's gonna give you a very balanced armature-y sound, I suppose. Maybe that's what maybe what they're going for. Okay. Now, what to do about this situation? I think what I will do is just unscrew this, take the foot off, install the pins, and then reinstall the foot. Seems like a reasonable plan. Enter V3. 12 balanced armatures. Okay. 4-way crossover. Interesting. Okay. All right. Would have expected, I don't know. Maybe it's not super common to do it that way, but maybe like a couple dynamics in there. But I'm sure Unique Melody will find a way to make it sound great. Yeah, that's true. 2,800, 2,600 is a lot. I also really like the Audio Legacy series. I have the 5s, and I'm a huge fan of them for the price point. Like, I think the audio is even you know, for the clairvoyance, I feel like are punching above their weight. That's the Legacy. Yeah, actually, I think so. Or that's either the 5s or the 3s. I think that's the 5s though. I didn't get the gear design, but yeah, the oh, this one's 3s. Okay. They also had like a porcelain looking one or ceramic looking one that I thought was sweet, but yeah, my 5s are kind of like swirly. It does. Okay, so these are... Oh, and I messed that one up too. Do the 5s have the dip switch? I actually don't know if they do. If they have them, then no. I have not. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I was like, if you're gonna tune it, you know? Don't make me do that. And even worse, we tried the Sennheiser HD, not Sennheiser, the Shure 846s. Like they're big boy, like $800 model. But it's got 4 balanced armatures and it really sounds like it. And in the box they give you 3 sets of little filters you can put in there to like cut the like sound profile, like cut the treble, cut the bass. It's so bad. Like there's people who really like them, you know. There's other people that I played music with who are like, oh yeah, these are awesome. But for me it was just like drowning in mids and just for the price point, holy cow. I would pick almost anything over those. These Starfields, I would 100% pick over those. And they're like, what, 150 bucks or something? Yeah, it's such, I did swap them out at one point just to like try to give them a chance, but it did not help. It still sounded bad. 120, yeah. Starfields, man. Starfields are great. Alright, I think we're basically there, so then it'll just be time for keycaps. Great. Alrighty. Actually, let me put some feet on this thing. Some little rubber feet. And I think I'll actually use the black ones that came with the Moondrop does. Even like the SSR and SSP, I know they're like not necessarily fan favorites. They're 110, jeez. Get on it. To the moon. But just the I'm gonna put them right next to these screws. But the SSR and SSP are not that bad. Like, I think they get more hate than they deserve. And to be honest, I don't know that they get that much hate, but like their tuning is a little bit strange, but they're so comfortable. They're for the price too. They're really good. I think they're in like the 60-ish range. Oh, I don't know what those are. Are those another Moondrop special? All right, spare pots. Okay, at this point, any fingerprints that I will leave are cleanable. Ah, Chacon. A link in Discord. Oh, they do. Why are those so expensive? Hi-Fi earbuds. That's weird. Comes with a 2.5mm connector. Interesting. They almost look like the original. Like if you tried to make a silver version of the original Apple headphones. Or, yeah, I don't know. That's really interesting. I don't know how comfortable that would be. And is it just a single dynamic driver? That's what this little exploded view makes it feel like. Okay. We are using today GMK Hennessy. Let me prepare for the horrible method that I always use, where I just dump everything out. Avert your eyes if you like organization. All right. Tab. Control. Oh, that's the big control. Is that up here? I think so. That's not that shift. Here's the control. Don't say I didn't warn you. That's a stabilized. Let's go with system on this one. There's the. Actually, no. We have 2 keys for that. Just start dumping ones I don't need back. Operation Hennessy. I have the colored mods, but we'll see. We'll see if I end up using them. I don't know how I feel about them on, like, you know, an orange keyboard. So we don't need the short backspace. 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Yeah, I want that. At least that for my enter. Very nice. Don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need this. Alt key. Retro graffiti. Let me Google that. I don't know. I have one Dama-key set. I have their semiconductor. Ooh, interesting. It almost gives me like canvas vibes. That's interesting. It might. It's also SA profile, which I think might look nice on this board as well. Here's enter. Yeah, I was like agonizing over which set to use, and I eventually was just like, you know what? I think a classic, clean black on white might be the play here, but if I might, oh, here we go. We might use a black novelty like this guy. Nice. So yeah, I might grab all the other colors of novelties because I don't think a yellow on orange is the play here. But I do like this H a lot, and that's going right here. Oops, that's upside down. Oh no. All right. Let's also pull up the. Yeah. Did you have the MT3 or the GMK Serica? I love my MT3 Serica. It's one of my favorite sets. GMK, nice. I didn't know if if the one that was just on Group I was around 2 or not, but I like it. It's PBT, so my first spacebar was warped so bad I had to boil it and then install it, so that sucked. But I think that's just kind of a PBT thing, and maybe it was a QC for Drop. Drop was the ones running that set, but I just like how scooped the tops are. Like, I like it way more than SA. I've never really been the biggest fan of SA, but especially if you have even a slightly retro looking board, yeah, they kind of feel like a really old, like a Commodore 64 kind of vibe. So I have them on a split board right now, and they feel really good for that. I have them on the KeyBio Sync, which is a pretty sweet project that they did. Let's get here. I also have the MT3 Susu Watari, which is the one themed after Spirited Away. And those are clean. I feel like I talk about them every stream, but I love them so much. Yeah, they're super tall. The other thing is they're not double shot, and so I feel like they're less heavy and therefore have less material, so they're not as like deep sounding, but they feel nice to type on just from like an ergonomic standpoint of your fingers just kind of chilling in the little cups for them. Alright, so we are done with ground floor mods. I might actually grab a black one, maybe this guy, and put him on this side so we have at least a modicum of symmetry, you know? The irony here being that I am now covering the kiwis, or I mean the tangerines, but you know, I'll still know what's underneath. Don't want the swooped F1, and I don't want this or that. For these, I don't need F-row keys. Do need this 3. Yeah, I think there's a couple boards where it's like, I don't know, where it's like you can see the switches from the side, like they're plateless and, you know, whatever. Those I'm like, okay, if you can kind of see it from the side. So in a sense, this would be ridiculous if kiwis weren't great switches, or I keep saying that, tangerines weren't great switches. I feel like my loyalties to tactile switches are showing through because... Oh, this says control. Oh, that's cool. So they have support for like HHKB layouts and even in like a stepped caps lock. That's sweet. Or maybe if you had like a shine through keycap, but I don't know if a glow in the dark switch is enough, you know, to shine through. Yeah, another guy who's a regular of this chat is building creamsicles. Which, can you remind me what's in a creamsicle? Is it the T1 stem and a cream housing? I suddenly can't remember. Or like the kiwi stem? Oh, okay. Tangy everything. Nice. Are kiwis and tangerines the same housing, just different stems? I guess I just kind of assumed they were, but I never bothered to ask somebody or to Google it. Okay, so yeah, it's just a stem. That makes sense. And starfruits, I guess, the unspoken middle child. I actually don't know if starfruits are the same. Interesting. Okay. I did not know that. Double zero or single zero? I'm gonna delay that decision. Yeah, I'm sure it does. That's interesting that that it's noticeable though. I think we'll go single zero. Unless that's the O. That doesn't look like the right profile. Is this the right profile? I think so. Huh. Interesting. Ooh. Here's a tough decision. Which enter key do I use? They're both so good. Really close. Here's a W. I don't know why every time the Q is like one of the last alphas I find. Eight. Here's a 0. That's a real 0. And 6. Do we have a slash yet? Right. I don't remember what I had mapped on the other corner. I'll have to check. There's Q. Hey, buddy. And the F. Okay. And 2. Then we just need... Where are you? Here you are. Cool. I think I might go with the Calypso enter just because I think it ties the 2 black mods together. Like the black box ones. Yeah. Cool. Alrighty. I just need to figure out what that last key, key is supposed to be. Let's make sure everything still works as well. So let me pull up via. And I had that. Well, that was mapped to like a minus. Still have that? I do. It's right here. So what was this supposed to be? You may never know. I'll fix it later. It's time for a sound test though. These are GMK Hennessy. They're themed after a Wes Anderson film, and I actually think they might still be available on drop right now. They were running extras, which is how I acquired these. Let me pull up the listing and find out on this brand new keyboard that I just built. Oh yeah. Drop. Ain't cheap because it's extras, but you know, it's the price you pay to not wait, I guess. Yeah. They also have the Bellafont, which is like a blue version of this, which I think looks really sweet. Oh, and the HD8XXs, look at those. Yeah. Also, I have the novelties from the Bellafont set and the alphas and numpad from the Hennessy. The funny thing was, at the time that I bought them, they had incorrectly listed the novelties under the wrong set, so I picked them up, which I'm glad I did because they look nice. And I'm half tempted to go back and get the Bellafont, but having said that, one more test here. Let's reset this. Let's pull up the programmer. Test this. Caps lock light is working. Num lock light is working. Enter is working. Mod key is working. And these are working. Great. I will probably set up a second layer with, you know, your page ups and downs and such. My tilde isn't working. It's normally escape, but you're right. I actually probably should, I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure which one I use more, because I do use probably escape more. How are you gonna control shift escape without that? Okay, having said that, let's adjust the mic. Let's pull up monkey type. Let's go for a speed test. Oh no. Please hold. You can't see. Let's just add this frame back. And let's turn off the filter. There we go. I'll fix that later. Thank you. I appreciate that, Nate. Let us... Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that as well. Let me zoom in just a touch and pull focus. And then... Whoops. All right.
Whew. Right? I agree. Let me pull up Notepad and let me do some mods. Cool. These are 67 gram kiwis from the Key Company. They are, yeah. I kind of just want to pull off a keycap or two just to see the switches again because they match the board. But yeah, they are they in stock right now? I'm sure they're not. They have Tangy Tuesdays every once in a while. But yeah, and they're lubed with Cryotox 205 G0 and filmed with TX switch films. So, in a Barleycorn. In fact, actually, did I ever update? I do have this is probably going to be wrong. Yeah, it is. I'm not building a switch controller. So, yeah, it's a Barleycorn PCB in a case from P3D, and I'm using 67 gram tangerines. So yeah, oh, I'm sure. Yeah, they're very popular, and they're very, I think partially because they look so good, and just also because they sound great. So yeah, anyways, they are, yes, 205 G0 with a 205 105 mix on the springs, and then filmed with TX films. So it does not look like there's anything weird going on with the and so that surprised me actually, because I had just received kiwis like a little bit ago, like slightly prior, but then instead they sent me two of the tiny tubs, which is actually really nice because I use them for, like, when I'm lubing, I disassemble stuff and put them into the tubs, so it actually works great. But anyways, I think that's all I have for today. It's already been a really long stream, a little over 4 hours, so let me check my calendar for what's upcoming, because I think I have the NK65 milkshake edition that I'll be doing. Yeah, I did. I used TX films on them, so the 0.15 millimeter. I think they're polycarbonate, but yeah, I have the NK65 milkshake, so I'll be taking that apart, kind of tuning the stabilizers and probably lubing the switches, and then doing a sound test there. I have a nibble and a tidbit that I'm going to work on, and a Vortex Race 3 that I'm rebuilding, as well as some new stuff from Board Source, a Rev Wing 41, a basket weave, a discipline, some other stuff going on. So yeah, anyways, having said that, I think that's all I got for tonight. So thank you for watching. This was certainly a really fun build to make, and I think it looks awesome. I'm really happy to have it in my collection. So anyways, yeah, thank you for joining me. I appreciate that, and I'll be here next Monday as well, hopefully every Monday until I run out of stuff to do. So thanks, and have a good one.